So
Move from audio. Just mute.
The greatest tragedy on earth is not death, but life without a purpose.
Check 1, 2, so check 1, 2. Mic testing, mic testing, mic testing. Mic testing, mic testing, mic testing.
Check.
Nous sommes très fiers et heureux d'être ici à Nairobi avec vous aujourd'hui, que ce soit en personne et online. Having hosted the 2015, followed by event in Yaoundé in 2017, Chengdu in 2019, and Montreal in 2021. It was significant for our fifth conference to take place in Nairobi, returning to Africa to discuss financing African cities. This is a crucial question for which we seek innovative solutions and best practices, given the rapid speed of urbanization in the African continent. L'Afrique est projetée pour connaître le taux d'urbanisation le plus élevé au monde dans les décennies à venir. Bien que l'Afrique comprenne une diversité démographique, des formes urbaines, des niveaux d'infrastructures, des traditions, ainsi qu'une variété d'économies urbaines et des systèmes foncières. Ces villes en croissance font face à des défis communs. Une urbanisation durable est cruciale pour le développement des sociétés autosuffisantes et la préservation des riches habitants naturels de l'Afrique. Financing cities is not just a challenge for African cities, but for most cities worldwide. Therefore, over the next 2 days of the conference, successes and challenges will be reviewed to determine if and how strategies may be generalized, advanced, or adapted across African countries and other regions globally. In addition to highlight examples from Africa, participants are invited to present innovative financing and city building strategies from China, Canada, and elsewhere that may be applicable to African context.
when people speak, that, just pourquoi on marche, et also the camera here, avoir des choses, on va dire, check 1 2 sound check. Check 1 2.
sasa shida iko wapi? Huu sikia yake akila hii bado ndio download.
So did the video?
So I just decided to copy them here since.
Sorry.
I decided to copy them on the desktop Since when?
You copy what?
and other regions. 城市的融资不仅仅是非洲城市的挑战，也是全球大多数城市面临的问题。因此，在接下来2天的会议中，我们将回顾成功 Your Excellency Honorable Alice Wahom, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, representing the Government of Kenya. Honorable representatives of embassies and high commissions in Kenya, Your Excellency Honorable Your Excellency Honorable Alice Wahom, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Your Excellency Honorable Alice Wahom, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, representing the Government of Kenya. Honorable representatives of embassies and high commissions in Kenya, Your Excellency Honorable Johnston Sakaja, Governor of Niarobi City Counties of Kenya, Mr. Facet Kamalo, President of Kenya Institute of Planners, Ms. Raftu, Head of Global Solutions Division of UN Habitat, former co-president of ICCCASU, Mr. Omar Silla, Director of Regional Office for Afrique of UN Habitat, co-president of ICCCASU, ICCCASU community members, ladies
Hello. Good morning. Sorry for the delay. We got started in the next 5 minutes, so I would invite everyone to be before we call for our special guest to enter the room. Okay. Hello. Yes. Let's get ready. Let's sit down. Okay, let's sit down. Let's. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here and sorry for the delay. But before everything, so I would like to ask everybody to stand up for the Kenyan national anthem. Thank you.
O God of all creation,
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kautar Amini Alawi. I'm an architect, urban planner from Morocco, and currently a PhD student at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. I'm really glad to share this presentation with Tantan, and really nice to see you all. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Mr. Said Atman, Housing Secretary representing Honorable Alice Wahome, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Honorable Representative of Embassies and High Commissions in Kenya. Mr. Dominic Mutegi, Director of Urban Planning, representing Nairobi City County, Madam Mildred Ambani, representing the President of the Kenya Institute of Planners, Mr. Raf Tut, Head of Global Division of UN Habitat, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, scholars, participants, ICCCASU community members, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me today to stand in front of you and to welcome you to the 5th edition of the International Conference on Canadian, Chinese, and African Sustainable Urbanization. So today, as my colleague mentioned, she and I will be the master of the ceremony. My name is Tonton Mundele Beawabeya. I'm the Vice President of ICCCASU and a professor at the University in Canada. So today, I will ask my colleague to tell us about what we're doing today.
So today's conference serves as beacon, bringing together brilliant minds engaged in sustainable urbanization talks from several corners from the world to engage, as I said, in meaningful discourse about urbanization, sustainability, opportunities, and challenges that lie ahead. Actually, the intersection between Canadian, Chinese, and African perspectives create a rich tapestry of ideas and knowledge, fostering collaboration that is really essential to create and to enhance the urban development towards sustainability and resilience.
Thank you. So one might ask, what is ICCCASU? So I talked about it. I say it's an international conference on Canadian, Chinese, and African sustainable actions. So ICCCASU is actually a platform or a think tank that promotes sustainable urbanization. ICCCASU is a triangle platform that fosters communications and dialogue between China, Canada, and African nations. So today, we are happy to be in Nairobi, this beautiful city, to talk, to discuss about how we can finance our cities. we can also learn from different experiences. So we have Canadians who have their cities and their structures. We have Chinese who also have their own way of doing things in terms of urban development, but also we have African ways of doing the city development. So we can meet together through these conference discussions and panels to promote discussion and dialogue, and also to share best practices. So in order to do that, we are having the privilege to have distinguished guests to be here to do the opening ceremony. So the first one, I'm going to invite Madame Mildred Ambani from the Kenya Institute of Planners, because we're talking about sustainable urbanization. So she's in the best position to tell us about this field here in Kenya, but also why not in other cities of Kenya. Thank you very much. Let's applaud to invite it. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I think it's good when you're a lady, and again, you're given the privilege to be the first to speak. It is an honor, and therefore I will take it up. My name, Mildred Ambani, the Honorary Secretary, Kenya Institute of Planners, but I'm here standing in for my president, Planner Fawcett Komolo, who is unwell and therefore could be with us today because he is hospitalized. So I will try and fit in his big shoes and just represent him as is required of me. So we are again honored as Kenya Institute of Planners to be part of this conference, to be part of ICCCASU conference, and we do not take that for granted. Thank you so much, ICCCASU organization and the rest. We at the Kenya Institute of Planners are proud to be associated with ICCCASU conference. Sustainability is at the heart of our vision as the planners in this country. And of course, sustainable urbanization is the heart of our efforts. KIP is the premier umbrella body representing over 2,000 professional planners with the ultimate vision of making Kenya a planning society. We have just come back from our very successful annual convention from the coast, and it was themed integrating the blue, the green, and brown agendas, mainstreaming planning in all sectors of attainment of national socioeconomic transformation. And therefore, we can still see that we are still dovetailing into what ICCCASU is actually fronting to us today in this conference and even in the workshop that they had yesterday. We appreciate the commitment of the government of Kenya, led by our president, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, towards the achievement of our call of mainstreaming planning in every sector in this country. And therefore, we were also so honored during our annual convention to have our deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, come open our ceremony at the coast. Therefore, the state, we know, is also up and in arms on matters planning. We remain committed to exploring sustainable financing alternatives for sustainable urbanization, and believe that the theme of the ICCCASU conference resonates with our vision for targeted sustainable funding for urban development throughout the country. Climate financing should hence be strengthened as part of international efforts for sustainable development. The ICCCASU conference provides us here in Kenya and in Africa in general with an opportunity to learn from and share our perspectives with colleagues from the Western world, that's the global North, represented by a Canadian, and Eastern world, represented by the Chinese, scholars, policymakers, and technocrats working along the contours of sustainability, sustainable finance, and sustainable urbanization. The workshop held on the 13th or yesterday presents an opportunity to young experts with a great opportunity to learn about sustainable financing mechanisms, and that we hope that the young Kenyans will take the opportunity to incubate the knowledge land to produce a pro-Kenya and pro-Africa sustainable urban finance mechanism capable of taking our continent to the next level. We wish, therefore, as Kenyans of planners, the various exhibitors, successful exhibitions, and invite all attending the conference to interact with the exhibitors and exchange ideas with them. We, on behalf of all Kenyan planners, welcome them all to Nairobi, or we welcome all of you to Nairobi, and wish all of you and all the local partners a fruitful conference, and look forward to engaging with all of you throughout this period that you are here. We take this opportunity also to invite all of you to the cocktail this evening at the same venue here at Pan-Afrique as a special moment to build lasting networks. The Kenyan Institute of Planners looks forward to future partnerships with ICCCASU and with all the individual and corporate organizers of ICCCASU. Once again, as Mildred, I want to convey greetings from my president, that is Planner Fawcett Komolo, and he says to all of you, Karibu sana Nairobi. Thank you so much. We will continue engaging, and I think that's enough for now. Merci beaucoup.
So thank you, madam. So whether you are here with us in person in the vibrant city of Nairobi, or joining us from different parts of the world through the wonders of technology, your presence enriched this gathering. We have participants in our midst sharing the same physical space, and others connecting online, transcending geographical boundaries. These diverse conversions truly embodies the spirit of international collaboration and knowledge sharing that defines the essence of ICCCASU. For now, we have with us, joining from the University of Ottawa, the co-president of ICCCASU, Professor Huhu Wasau. His international perspective and academic knowledge add significant value to our conference. Thank you.
Your Excellency Honorable Alice Wahom, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, representing the government of Kenya. Honorable representatives of embassies and high commissions in Kenya. Your Excellency Honorable Johnston Sakaja, Governor of Nairobi City Counties of Kenya. Mr. Fawcett Komolo, President of Kenya Institute of Planners. Ms. Raftu, Head of Global Solutions Division of UN Habitat, former co-president of ICCCASU. Mr. Omar Silla, Director of Regional Office for Africa of UN Habitat, co-president of ICCCASU. ICCCASU community members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. After months of anticipation and hard work, on behalf of the ICCCASU Organization Committee, I extend a warm welcome to the 5th International Conference on Canadian, Chinese, and African Sustainable Urbanization, ICCCASU 5. This conference is taking place in the context of the post-pandemic and is being held for the first time in a hybrid format. The conference has attracted over 150 speakers from near 30 countries, showcasing the truly global reach of this event. While 2/3 of the participants are joining us online, 1/3 is present in person in Nairobi. We are very proud and pleased to be here in Nairobi with you today, either in person or online. Cette conférence se déroule dans le contexte de la pandémie post-COVID-19 et se tient pour la première fois sur le format hybride. La conférence a attiré plus de 150 intervenants venant de 30 pays différents, démontrant ainsi que la portée véritablement mondiale de cet événement, alors que les 2 tiers des participants nous rejoindront en ligne, un tiers est présent en personne à Niarobi. Nous sommes très fiers et heureux d'être ici à Niarobi avec vous aujourd'hui, que ce soit en personne et online. Having hosted the first ICCCASU conference in Ottawa, Canada in 2015, followed by event in Yaoundé in 2017, Chengdu in 2019, and Montreal in 2021. It was significant for our 5th conference to take place in Niarobi, returning to Africa to discuss financing African cities. This is a crucial question for which we seek innovative solutions and best practices, given the rapid speed of urbanization in the African continent. L'Afrique est projetée pour connaître le taux d'urbanisation le plus élevé au monde dans les décennies à venir. Bien que l'Afrique comprenne une diversité démographique, des formes urbaines, des niveaux d'infrastructure, des traditions, ainsi qu'une variété d'économies urbaines et des systèmes fonciers. Ces villes en croissance font face à des défis communs. Une urbanisation durable est cruciale pour le développement des sociétés autosuffisantes et la préservation des riches habitants naturels de l'Afrique. Financing cities is not just a challenge for African cities, but for most cities worldwide. Therefore, over the next 2 days of the conference, successes and challenges will be reviewed to determine if and how strategies may be generalized, advanced, or adapted across African countries and other regions globally. In addition to highlight examples from Africa, participants are invited to present innovative financing and city building strategies from China, Canada, and elsewhere that may be applicable to African context and other regions. 城市的融资不仅仅是非洲城市的挑战，也是全球大多数城市面临的问题。因此，在接下来2天的会议中，我们将回顾成功的案例和讨论面临的挑战，以确定合适的发展路径是否可以在非洲国家及其他地区进行应用和推广。除了从非洲提供的案例之外，参会者还会分享来自中国、加拿大和其他地方的创新融资和城市建设案例，这些案例可能适用于非洲或其他地方。Urbanization knows no boundaries and borders. Having hosted the conferences in each of our 3 regions, countries of interest, Canada, Africa, and China, ICCCASU is continuing its efforts to include more regions worldwide in its dialogues. In addition to experts from Europe, Latin American, and Caribbean discussing their regions in past conferences, we are pleased to welcome experts from Iran and learn from the dynamic and unique experience with urbanization. Next year, ICCCASU is about to celebrate its 10 years, during which it has successfully mobilized thousands of academics, professionals, policymakers, as well as local populations, and trained hundreds of city officers from more than 50 countries to participate in building sustainable and inclusive cities. ICCCASU has proven to be a reliable voice, developing a strong network among the urban researchers and practitioners worldwide. ICCCASU will continue to provide an efficient platform to facilitate dialogues between academics, practitioners, and policymakers from Global South and Global North on innovative approaches towards sustainable urbanization. We would like to acknowledge ICCCASU's founding partners, UN Habitat and the University of Ottawa, for their extraordinary collaboration and sustained support. We are pleased that ICCCASU has extended its core partners to include a consortium of Canadian universities, namely the University of Ottawa, Carleton University, and McGill University. We're excited to inform you that renewed Memorandum of Understanding for the next 5 years between UN Habitat and the 3 Canadian universities is ready to be signed in coming weeks. Nous tenons également à souligner le soutien continu des universités chinoises et africaines depuis le début de ICCCASU. Vous êtes indispensable pour ICCCASU。我还想强调，ICCCASU自从成立以来，一直得到中国和非洲大学的大力支持。你们对ICCCASU来说是不可缺失的。ICCCASU has entered a new phase of the development, taking advantage of its rich network to conduct transnational and multidisciplinary empirical research projects and best practices cases on urban development. It has produced a good number of publications, including our Spring Book series, City Development, Issue, and Best Practice, providing an excellent platform for the ICCCASU community. To efficiently introduce the research and case studies by urban researchers and practitioners from the Global South to their counterparts in the Global North, an online journal has been created where you can publish in English or French or Chinese, the 3 most widely used languages in the world. Those publications have become important references for industry professionals and policymakers working in sustainable urban development across the globe. We express our sincerest gratitude to the many volunteers, particularly to the Niarobi local committee. They have contributed their time, wisdom, and experiences to bring ICCCASU to this stage. The entire international ICCCASU team is composed of dedicated volunteers, and we are extremely proud of the team, especially in light of the considerable challenges and heavy workload they have managed. Special thanks to go to our keynote speakers and launch talks. Your presence has added significant value to ICCCASU. Likewise, to each of our panelists and speakers locally, but especially internationally, for their willingness to participate despite the distance, costs, and other barriers they have to withstand. Thank you all for being here in person or online, for contributing your valuable time and talents to the success of ICCCASU 5, and more broadly to the success of sustainable urban development. We wish you a good debate and a pleasant stay in Niarobi. As we end the year of 2023, on behalf of the organization committee, I wish all of you a Merry Christmas and happy and bright New Year of 2024, a year of the peace and prosperity. En cette fin d'année 2023, au nom du comité d'organisation, je souhaite à chacun de vous Un joyeux Noël, une nouvelle année 2024。最后，在我们即将结束2023年之际，我谨代表组委会向大家致以圣诞快乐和2024年新年愉快。Thank you, merci， 谢谢。
Thank you very much, Professor Hu Huazhao. You may be surprised. He speaks French, English, Mandarin. Yes. ICCCASU represents 3 regions, right? We have Canada, which is a bilingual country, French and English, and African countries where we speak French and English. Oh, of course, the Australia and other languages. And we also have China, right? Because we have Chinese institutions. As you can see also, we have representatives from Chinese university. So it's, as I said from the beginning, it's a trilingual platform that promote, not just, sciences, but also our culture. So don't be surprised for that. ICCCASU speaks 3 languages. So don't be surprised if I speak French as well, because I can also speak French and Mandarin because I studied in China myself a few years ago. So as Professor Cao mentioned also, we have participants online. So actually we are a total of 150 participants, and 2/3 of the participants are online. Why? Because after COVID, life, the world has changed. Before we used to have a big crowd, but now with COVID, we have the flexibility to have participants online, those who cannot make it, but those also who can make it in person are here. So we'll be interacting between those online and here. This is the new world. So with that, I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Raftut, head of the Global Solution Division at UN Habitat, but also a former co-president of ICCCASU. Mr. Raftut, the floor is yours. Thank you. Let's give him an applause when he's coming.
Thank you very much, Tonton and Kautar as moderators. Mr. Said Atman, the Housing Secretary representing Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Mr. Dominique Mutegi, Director, Urban Planning, representing the Governor of Nairobi City County. Honorable representatives of embassies and high commissions, including the representatives of the permanent mission of Kenya to UN Habitat. Madam Mildred Ambani, representing the Kenya Institute of Planners. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, scholars, participants, ICCCASU community members, including my good friend, Professor Cao. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to stand here and to be among you today during this hybrid opening ceremony of the 5th session of the ICCCASU. The topic chosen this year is financing African cities, and it's at the center of ongoing global dialogues, such as the just ended COP28, with a focus on carbon finance. Africa is the home of the Congo Forest Basin, which has a massive opportunity to leverage on carbon credits to address infrastructure, land management, and to bridge the gaps in the financial market. In the last 8 years, UN Habitat has been very active in planning and organizing ICCCASU. I've been personally present in Yaoundé in 2017 during the 2nd edition, during which it was recommended to establish in Cameroon a regional center of excellence for sustainable urban development in Africa. A business model was finalized and shared with the government of Cameroon. During the last session held in Montreal after the COVID-19, focused on density, diversity, and mobility, the city in an area of cascading risks. And last year, ICCCASU members piloted the demand-driven workshop on adequate and affordable housing for the benefit of stakeholders in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And that event was held online during Urban October, and its recommendations are being implemented by the national authorities and by UN Habitat. In addition, with its partners, ICCCASU has facilitated the establishment of a research network on cities and industrial processing zones along the Road and Belt route with the Southeast University in China. Honorable participants, our most recent World Cities report on envisaging the future of cities highlights the importance of preparing our urban spaces so that together we can address the wide range of shocks and transitions to sustainable urban futures. Cities are here to stay, and how we envisage them will allow us to view challenges as opportunities despite the multiple disruptions. And for this, access to finance is critical. In our report entitled Financing Sustainable Urbanization, the total investment need for infrastructure and SDG implementation is estimated at 38 trillion for the years 2020 to 2030, with a total investment gap of 5.6 trillion. However, the total public and private investment capacity is significantly larger, totaling $98 trillion. Commercial banks have an investment capacity of more than 33 trillion, which is almost as large as the total investment need for 2020-2030. There are barriers to unlocking this financial capacity. Some solutions are to maximize long-term return, preferring returns over liquidity, thus having a comparative high risk tolerance. UN Habitat has several tools to advance innovative solutions for financing cities. A technical guidebook for financing planned city extensions and planned city infills, a framework on do's and don'ts for financing slums, and at the operational level, land-based finance, land bonds, land value capture, green finance, and public-private partnerships are some financial sources that national and local governments should explore. And these are in addition to existing domestic financial resources and foreign direct investment. A successful implementation of these tools heavily relies on proper spatial planning in cities. Ladies and gentlemen, to sustainably finance African cities, we need to strategically converge infrastructure and land management development with successful economic development and stable financial markets. This requires cooperation between universities, research institutes, policymakers, and advocacy groups. Such multi-institutional collaboration is essential to contribute to up-to-date research for achieving inclusive, sustainable urbanization. I strongly believe that after the debates at ICCCASU 5, academia, decision makers, and young scholars will find new ways to view sustainable development in the African cities through new perspectives. I would therefore like to thank all the participants, keynote speakers, subject experts, and students who attend ICCCASU 5. I would also like to thank the sponsors and organizers of this important event for their commitment to the New Urban Agenda and for answering the call for urgent urban action so that we can achieve the SDGs by 2030, which is only 7 years away. And finally, I'm excited to announce that the 12th session of the World Urban Forum will take place in Cairo, Egypt in November 2024. This session is the first time the forum will take place on the African continent since its inaugural session in 2002 in Niarobi, Kenya. The theme of World Urban Forum 12 is "It all starts at home, local action for sustainable cities and communities." I would like to also invite all ICCCASU partners to join this important event. And last but not least, we're also very pleased that Ethiopia will host also in 2024 the first ever African Urban Forum in collaboration with the African Union and UN Habitat. I wish you a fruitful conference and good deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tats. Now we are honored to have with us Mr. Dominic Mategi, Director of Urban Planning representing the Nairobi City County. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Dominic Motegi. I'm the director in charge of urban planning, Nairobi City County. And I'm here on behalf of our executive, the county secretary, who had been delegated to come by our excellency, the governor. But unfortunately, both the governor and the county secretary were not able to come because of some urgent matter that arised from yesterday. But they have given all the presents and welcome you to Nairobi. The excellencies, ambassadors, professors, chancellors, doctors, experts in different academia, distinguished guests, and colleagues, good morning. Welcome and karibu sana to Nairobi, Kenya. I cordially take the privilege to welcome you all to Nairobi, Kenya, and to the launch of the 5th and the 2nd ICCCASU conference in Africa. We are sincerely honored to participate and host you in Nairobi. This is a great indicator how Nairobi emerged as an iconic global city. Ladies and gentlemen, the African continent has been experiencing a mass urbanization since 1950s, while the number of cities in Africa has doubled from 3,300 to 7,600. It is projected that by the year 2050, the population in African urban areas will have increased by 950 million residents. In this regard, the African cities are the youngest in the world and are transforming rapidly. The impact of these fast growing of cities on the African economic, social, environmental, and political landscape will not only generate profound opportunities in the coming decade, but also propel progressive development towards achieving the vision 2030 for the Kenyan cities and the African Development Agenda of the Vision 2063 of the integrating the African continent. To achieve consumable urbanization within the dimension of the Sustainable Development Goals and the new African Agenda, it therefore calls for proper management, planning, and financing of urban growth, both at local and the international and the national levels. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICCCASU theme on financing African cities is timely and ushers in the new impressions in urban management and development as we all focus in attaining the African we want through Agenda 2063. It is time cities, governors, mayors, managers understand the urban growth correlate to urban financing. I believe ideas that will be discussed in this conference and the lessons from Canada and China will significantly bring transformation on how African cities will finance as well as deal with the rapid trends of urbanization to achieve urban sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome you to Nairobi, Kenya, and I wish you a wonderful conference and a pleasant stay in Nairobi. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dominic. So now for the official lunch, I have the pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Said Atman, the Secretary of Housing representing Honorable the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development here in Nairobi, Kenya. We are grateful for his presence and the government's commitment to sustainable urban development. Please, the floor is yours to declare the opening of ICCCASU 5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raftat, the head of the Global Solutions Division of the UN Habitat, the representative of the Nairobi Governor, Mr. Mutegi, members of the diplomatic corps, Mildred, representing the president of the Kenya Institute of Planners, the ICCCASU community. I'm delighted to be here at this particular moment during the 5th conference. First of all, allow me to pass the apologies of Honorable Minister, who suddenly had to travel out of the country over the weekend. She did commit to this very important conference. She wanted to be here in person, but over the weekend she had to travel out of official duty. I will not read the speech. I'll give you 5 points. That's in her speech, and that represent the Kenya government position as far as the importance of this conference is concerned. First of all, I hope those who are here present will have opportunity to visit our various offerings in Nairobi and outside. If you have not been in Nairobi before, you'll by now have learned that we're the only city, and it's important for us to mention a city in the world which has a national park, and it's just about less than 2 kilometers from where we are. Number two, it is very timely that this particular conference is held and being convened in Africa at this time in Africa's development, and also in Nairobi in particular, because as has been said by the previous speakers, Africa is now at a turning point. Having been faced with COVID, we were all shaken, and we all realized the importance of making our cities work. And for our cities to work, what is more fundamental than to look how those cities are financed? So this particular conference is very timely, and its theme very critical in the development of the African cities. Also, very timely for this particular conference, this particular year to be held in Kenya, because first of all, Kenya recently hosted the African Climate Summit. Kenya took leadership on behalf of Africa to host the climate summit, because we are affected by climate change. So sustainability is a very critical part of our existence in Africa. Indeed, during the summit, we did hold an urban forum at the side of the summit, and that forum also did happen in Dubai during the COP 28. So we do take the urban agenda and the city development agenda very, very seriously in Africa and in Kenya. Also, Nairobi is very, very timely, because as a government, we have decided to be very ambitious and to tackle the issue, one of the critical components of city development, and that is housing the people within the city at the center of the economic development of our country. For the first time in the history of this country, the president himself, really, if you lived in Kenya, you'd think he's the minister responsible for housing. We say in our ministry really that we have a minister, but the real minister is the president, because he speaks about this particular agenda every platform. He spoke about it during our Independence Day celebrations. He spoke about it yesterday at a very critical international forum. So this particular conference of ICCCASU being physically hosted in Nairobi is a very timely coincidence that you are in a city, you are in a country that is no longer about policies, it's no longer about proclamations. As we discussed today, we are already in less than 1 year on a pipeline of over 800,000 housing units in our cities and in the areas in the rest of the country. We are already are constructing over 75,000, are constructing, not will be constructing. Now, this shapes the urban landscape. This, and we are aware, we are very acutely aware as a country and other African countries that when you are doing this thing, this development within the urban settings, within the cities, you require to think clearly about how those cities are planned and how those cities are financing. Lastly, may I perhaps talk about issues of financing and how we have learned ourselves, and that may contribute to the discussions that we'll be having. The biggest challenge in terms of development, and particularly in terms of an area like a city development, is first of all, cities financing, generally speaking, does not find its way in the discussions, the fiscal discussions of the countries. People think much more about, on a global level, they think much more about health, particularly in Africa, about education. They think more about agriculture, but hardly are those discussions located within the urban spaces. So, and that's why in our country today, as an example, while about 10, 15 years ago, we had 400 informal settlements. Because of this lack of focus, today we have got over 1,400 slums and settlements. So we are acutely aware about this particular need. So in terms of financing, what the government has done, the first thing it did about 3, 4, 5 years ago, the government zero-rated land, basically. That it provides land for free to private developers who then will come with financing. But that land is not transferred to the private developer. That land is eventually transferred to the citizen who then buys the unit which is there. Secondly, the government provides bulk infrastructure up to the site where development is done. That means roads, water, electricity, and sewage. That helps in terms of attracting investment in the development. Thirdly, the government provides fiscal incentives. It zero rates taxes to the developer. This includes, in our case, value-added tax, and it provides 50% on corporate tax to the developer. This we have seen produce a lot of good results in our country. So when this conference is taking place in the next 2 days, what I want you to urge I want you also to locate this ICCCASU within the context of Nairobi, because you'll be in Nairobi. I listened to the president very jealously as he was saying that there are collaborations between the universities of Ontario and universities of Carleton and Springer. How come there are no collaborations with the universities in Kenya? So I would hope that by the end this conference ends, we have got very robust universities within our country, very old planning universities, architectural universities, and they'll be very, very willing to partner with you. I wish you all the best in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before passing to the panel session, I wanted also to thank the participants for being with us online and here inside. And I'm gonna give the floor to Tonton to launch the keynote session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm very happy that we have officially launched the conference. I just want to say a few words to Honorable Cabinet Secretary that we are actually collaborating now with Kenyan institutions, including the University of Nairobi. Professor Romanos is here. So we've been working with them for the conference, but also we have one of the a lecturer from the University of Nairobi who has been a key player in our book that we published last year. So, and yesterday we were at the Cooperative University of Kenya, CUK, which also is one of our partners. So we're strengthening this partnership, and this is just the beginning. So we're going to extend that, and we want to have more, exchange and communication between Kenyan institutions and Canadian, as well as our Chinese institution. Thank you very much for this valuable word. And so now we're going to transition to our keynote session. So the first keynote session that we'll be having today, I'll be moderating that with Professor Gelio from the Xi'an Jiaotong University in China. So myself, this is Tonton Ondele. As I said, I am the Vice President of ICCCASU and a professor at the University of Ottawa in Canada. So as I say, it's a pleasure for me to moderate this session. So we have two keynote speakers for today. So the first one is Laura Pechola from UN Habitat, and the second one is Professor Kamau Ngamau, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Cooperative University of Kenya. So before inviting Laura, okay, so I'm just gonna allow our distinguished guests to step out, and then you're welcome to be with us. So let's give them an applause when they're going. Thank you. Okay, so maybe we can reshuffle so that they can have a possibility to sit here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So before inviting Laura on the floor, so I'm just gonna do a quick biography so that we all know who's Laura. Can you come? Can you come so that people can see you? Thank you. Let's give her an applause when she's coming. Thank you very much, Laura. Okay. So Laura Pechola is the chief of the Planning, Finance, and Economy section at UN Habitat and has been leading UN Habitat work on urban planning and design since 2012, with particular emphasis on improving planning systems, promoting sustainable urban patterns, and the equitable access to public space for all. Since 2018, she is also the focal point for the professionals and for the UN, for the Habitat Professionals Forum. She's an architect and urban planner trained in Italy. Laura was in charge of UN Habitat's Safer Cities program from 2002 to 2020. A few years ago, she worked on slum upgrading, land security, and environmental planning and management. She has a direct experience in project management, capacity development for local authorities, and in the management of local planning processes and local consultations. During her career, Laura has advised and collaborated with local and national government, civil society, and academia in all regions. Today, Laura will be discussing with us the topic related to sustainable financing strategies for cities, enabling framework. So I'm going to invite Laura. I think the presentation's ready. She's gonna say some few words and we go from there, okay? Thank you, Laura.
Yes. Thank you very much, and welcome everybody, and very pleased to be here to address this diverse group of professional and academics and also practitioners. So as UN Habitat, the topic of urban finance and sustainable finance, of course, has occupied quite a lot of our interest and attention, because it is at the core of what we can actually do in cities and how we can move them towards more sustainable patterns and sustainable development in general. So I would like, can I control? How do I? Sorry. So my presentation will go through a little bit the rationale of the issue of financing, how we should look at them, how we can optimize the existing resources, and then how we can actually extend the availability of resources, and finally some of the tools of UN Habitat that can support cities in these different aspects of financing. I think we would really like to bring in a perspective that is quite holistic and quite integrated into the issue of finance, which helps also urban practitioners and other urban actors to talk to the financing actors in a more structured way. So where is that? Which direction I have to go? Yeah, so just to frame the issue a little bit, in Africa, we have an extreme pressure on services and the delivery of urban space because of the rapid urbanization rate, and because also the population in general, population growth. And this is, of course, in a context where cities are not very well equipped for the delivery of infrastructure, services, and also housing, as we have been hearing also from the Kenyan government. At the same time, and these are some data on the trends and population growth that is going to impact cities in the coming years. At the same time, we also faced with this very important demographic dynamic, at the same time, African cities in particular are spending substantially less than other cities in the world, in particular northern developed countries, for their residents. So when we have an average of maybe $5,000 or more than $5,000 in the US per citizen, in Africa, we have the 700, 300, even much less, 5,000 or less than 5,000 per resident in terms of expenditure of the local governments. And that is a huge gap that, of course, translates and explains also the lower quality of public services, such as utilities, education, healthcare, etc. So this will only worsen if we are thinking of the growth of the cities. But the important fact about this gap is actually that it is very costly for cities. The less we are able to invest in cities, the less they can become competitive and are able to attract additional investment. And of course, economic growth will not be facilitated, etc. And when there is a situation like that, also investments become expensive. There is a lot of inefficiency in the way the resources that are existing are being spent. And also we know that spending in the future will be more problematic because we will be already fixed in some unsustainable patterns. We will know that retrofitting existing cities, it is much more expensive than actually preparing for the expansion for the city, for instance, or putting the infrastructure in advance of development, etc. So also this reflects somehow in the structure of the GDP in the cities and also in the countries, where we see also that, for instance, in Africa, and these are the data for Kenya in particular, also we are not seeing the structural transformation towards manufacturing, for instance, that would be needed to support also the development, the sustainable development in a way, and also the local revenue and the local wealth. So there is an intimate connection between these different factors, and the fact that there is not sufficient investment in cities from the public side is also one of the determinants of these difficulties for certain sectors to develop. So what we would like, what we would like to talk about is actually very much how we can deliver services and infrastructure of quality that can help African cities and can sustain African cities towards development. So this is not so much, therefore, talking, it's not so much, therefore, talking about the financing gap. It's not so much getting concerned or focused extremely on how to get additional resources, but it is actually reflecting on which and how do we basic infrastructure and quality services we can achieve, and how do we deliver that. There is no, if we can look at how to go about improved services, it is changing somehow the narrative. It is not anymore about just getting more money or getting extremely concerned about the quantity of money, but it is about how do we use them efficiently, we optimize what we have, and we also use what we have to increase our access to additional money. So basically, this is a side of the discussion, which is on expenditure optimization, which is sometimes difficult to do because there are a lot of pressures also on government and local actors and also national actors to show results, to show something concrete without working carefully on what and how this is being delivered. And therefore, very often we see countries fixing themselves, locking themselves in some very unsustainable also financing patterns, which actually eat up the possibilities for a sustainable set of decision and sustainable set of, let's say, choices. So what we look at here in this slide is actually the pathways that we can see in terms of African cities, but is also valid, let's say, more generally for the delivery or improved infrastructure and services. And the importance of the financing side and the importance of the expenditure side is we're trying to balance these two aspects and identify where and from where and where the resources have to be coming and be deployed to. There is actually all number of building blocks in this graph, and at the same time, what is very important, and I'll try to elaborate a little bit in this presentation, is the connection between the two sides of the revenue and the finance that is available, and the expenditure and the type of investment that are being possible or made in cities. So, as we proceed to the part on optimizing the usage and of existing and future resources, I would like to actually speak first of all of the issue of efficiency of expenditure and use of resources. Here, if we look at the overall government expenditure compared to how this government expenditure is being utilized, we see that there is a huge amount of loss in terms of inefficiency, and in particular, corruption is one of the most important leader, let's say, of our public resources. If we compare that to the financing gap, which is the yellow relatively small bar, we can see that if we were just able to fix the bleeding from the system and from the resources in the procurement process in particular, we would not even have a financing gap in Africa. So this is for me, or for, I think, for decision maker and the politicians and even actually all the actors in urban development, quite an important realization. And similarly, the illicit financial flow are also comparable in size to the financing gap. So we have some space of maneuver, but of course it is a very let's say sensitive topic, and countries are struggling to address this, but this is about governance, of course, in the first place. So what else we can say about the optimization of expenditures? I mean, this a little bit theoretical connection between corruption and the financing gap actually talks to a bigger issue. We simply have a problem in the way often we spend the money, because we do not choose the right projects, and we also do not have the right plans of economic development that these projects contribute to and support. So we do fail actually to use the finance that we have, small as they may be, to do the strategic things that can kickstart some virtuous processes within a city and also within a country. So if we can ensure that the right projects are selected, and if we can ensure that this results in a better and more efficient, for instance, urban form and urban infrastructure in the critical area, and we can conserve better the physical and cultural assets that cities and countries have, then we are already in a much better position to use more efficiently the additional resources that we will discuss in a minute. At the same time, to actually establish some virtuous cycle within cities. We know that there are, I mean, it will be very interesting to assess in each context where this decision can be improved. The decision-making process is an issue of the governance, is issue of urban planning in particular. When we say that the narrow focus on finance can disrupt proper decisions, we are actually also saying that we are setting ourselves not only in a wrong path of development, let's say, but also in a difficult financing situation. And we are probably also overlooking some very important assets that we have in a country, to use them actually to attract finance on a very poor terms usually. So for instance, when we focus strongly on finance, of course, the financeable projects, they become the ones that are prioritized. The financeable projects usually are not decided by the local actors, are decided by the financier, the ones that they trust, they have the right rate of return, etc., etc. So we favor the quantity of the investment on the quality, and are somehow less interested or distracted from the impact of the project. Very few criteria for the selection of project remain strongly anchored on the impact that this project have, but they actually look much more, of course, on the rate of returns, etc. How do we balance these two? Of course, rate of returns are also very important, but how do we balance these two criteria, or typology of criteria, so that the local interest and the financier's interest, for instance, are much better represented? That is an important issue. On the other hand, what we see in many countries when we do, for instance, public-private partnerships, is that the public sector comes in with very valuable assets and put them in the fold without realizing that they are actually alienating very important local assets. One of the example is land, and you can see very well here, it's actually in Niarobi, the appreciation of land over time has been absolutely major compared to many other sector of investment. You know? So how do we actually prevent or anticipate this so that we don't remove from the public good important assets that can be leveraged over time, actually? So I think that's these are some of the consideration which we need to keep in mind when we talk about sustainably financing sustainable development. So one of the first things that we need to do, or we should do, when we want to connect finance to other aspects and in a more holistic way, we should look at urban design and urban planning decision, and at the rule and regulation that regulates the game in which the actors are interacting. So this is because these three finance rules and the design actually of our cities are the the three key enablers for urban development, and their relation and managing their relation has a huge potential to set you on a path of creation of value within the city and manage this value over time to attract investment and to create own source revenue. So I want to, for instance, stress that when we have to prioritize expenditure in a city, some of the most important things that need to be actually done is to create public land where a lot of the infrastructure investment, etc., then have to be directed, and then also organize the private land better, as well as possible, so that that land can also increase in value and be developed sort of in an orderly way, etc. And then support the creation of the basic infrastructure, street particularly, and other basic services. And all this actually can generate a lot of value and a lot of efficiency in the city that then you will, let's say, leverage over time. There is private benefits, and there is also municipal revenue benefits in this type of choices. And we need also always to balance what is the private benefit and what is the public benefit, let's say, in every single decision about investment and about use of finance. Another way to illustrate this same concept is actually this that we call the virtuous cycle of urban value creation, where you have a decision that come from planning and the strategic planning of the city that actually are translated in specific investment, which change the value of private land and also the context for human activities, increasing the efficiency, possibly, for instance, you reduce congestion, you increase efficiency of the private investment, for instance, and this actually translate in individual revenue and in corporate revenue, but it can also translate into taxation and local revenue, and at the same time produces or supports the creation of jobs and efficient, let's say, productive environment. So if we are able to capture some of this value that is created through taxation, and we are able to reinvest it, following always this sort of vision and plans and decision that are collective, we can actually continue this sort of virtuous cycle in different levels of development eventually. So I think this is a very interesting graph where you can enter from many different point of view, but actually it is about the creation of value and development in the city and how finance plays in this game. There are many layers we can add to this, but it is fundamentally the idea. So I would like to proceed with a funny sort of connection with the game of Monopoly. We all know Monopoly is a game which has very clear rules and dynamic, but it is based on private accumulation of wealth and trying to gain on your location and your investment individually. In Monopoly, there is very little of these resources that are taken out and reinvested in the game, and to improve everybody's situation, for instance, and to create additional assets in the game, etc. If we play Monopoly with that additional rules, we get another game, and it is called Prosperity. And actually, it existed, and it was not so successful commercially, but it was created together with the original Monopoly. So just an anecdote, because this game can be played in different ways, clearly. So I just wanted to mention how planning can be used for that. This is the spatial development framework of Johannesburg, and actually it has a capital investment strategy attached to that. This we worked with Human Habitat and the city of Johannesburg on this. And it has 3 areas of investment. One is about managing the existing assets and making them, refurbish them in their life cycle so that they don't deplete. The other one is covering, dealing with the backlog in the deprived areas. Johannesburg has a big issue still of under-serviced areas, etc. And then actually increase the infrastructure capacity for development in growth and transformation nodes. So preparing the city to accommodate more people and to accommodate better business and better type of economic activities, etc. So this is just a very basic example of what it means to connect and make the right decisions. I will now go a little bit quickly through the other side of the financing effort, which is, of course, optimizing and increasing actually the access to additional funding. We have different forms of additional funding, and they are very attractive for different reasons for cities and for government. There is development assistance, overseas development assistance. It is not a very large share of the resources available to cities in particular, because for some rigidity, they cannot often access them, but also at the same time, they're not a big share compared to the overall volume of resources, for instance, that are instead coming from transfer from abroad from migrants, for instance, or even let's say other flows that are from private capital. So it is not a super significant, but it has some advantages and some disadvantages, including the fact that it is, because it comes comes with conditionalities, or it can come with accountability to external actors. It might not necessarily be so owned locally and used maybe in a very effective way, for instance, in a way. The other type of other dimension of optimizing access to financing is about attracting private finance through one main variable is the credit worthiness, which is a very tricky thing for cities in particular, because cities don't, particularly in Africa, don't perform well in credit worthiness globally, and also they are not necessarily accessing, therefore, good interest rates, for instance. And in any case, is only huge cities, I think only 4% of the 500 largest cities in low-income countries that have a relatively acceptable level of credit worthiness. So it's a very long way to go to work on this particular aspect. We also have a private investment. No, sorry, I jumped. Private investment is a very important component. They can be going directly into private assets and increasing a private asset, and that is the normal way city actually largely develop. But also we have the possibility to have private public partnerships, and we know that they are actually relatively difficult and often not such a good deals for the cities. They can only work where there is sufficient creation of revenue through the project, and where there is some level of credit worthiness also of the public actors. And on top of this, many cities don't have the capacity actually to engage in deal making on public and private partnerships. So we see a lot of times and again where cities either are alienating very important assets, or they are getting very relatively bad deals over time. In particular, they realize after time that this was not a good deal. Cities, very important cities are locked into this. New York has done very bad deals, for instance, with Google. They couldn't project the value of data, and they have given away their data for a very little money. Now they cannot get it back somehow. So it's a very tricky and unequal, let's say, unbalanced relation often, because the private actor often has a lot more understanding of the evolution of the sector, etc. So how to do this is quite a challenge in terms of capacity. The other two important sources of funding for cities are, of course, the internal transfer, intergovernmental transfer, and this is all a political discussion in countries, a very important one where there is need for reform, very diverse percentage of what is transferred from central to local across different countries. And also the fact that central government are not often very well off. They are in debt, and they do not necessarily have the possibility to expand the transfer to the local or city level government. So this is an area that can be, let's say, strengthened, but it also relates a lot on the internal relation, decentralization processes, etc., long term. So one of the very important issue that we look at as UN Habitat, and we really believe it has a lot of potential, is actually so what is called own source revenue. So what cities can do to actually increase their own revenue through capturing the value that I was mentioning in the earlier graph, that is created actually in the city because of the public sector investment in the city and the activity that supports and the efficiencies that it gains. So in developed countries, the economy gets captured almost by the 40% for public use. No? So the taxation level is about 40%, while in the developing countries, and in particular in Africa, we are between 10–20%. And this, if you think also that the economy is much smaller, so of course you have a very limited amount of resources that are being captured and mobilized through this system. How do we actually work on this? It is a very important, let's say, potential, which could be actually multiplied at least by maybe 10 or 5 times, not only if you start collecting the taxation, not only if you change the rate of taxation, which is one part of the thing, but also to capture the taxation that is not being collected, despite being actually in the plans and in the regulation, etc., supposed to be collected. There is a lot of resources that are getting not collected in the overall cities in Africa, for instance. In Kenya, I think there are some very virtuous counties that have tripled their collection of revenue in the last couple of years without, I mean, just optimizing the capacity to collect what they are supposed to collect. So this is one of the optimization intervention. And then, of course, also change the way you cost the level of taxation, etc., depending on the different asset and the different services that you want to utilize for that. There are many benefits of healthy own source revenue setup, including the possibility to attract more private capital, more citizens' ownership of your plans and your programs as as a city government, because they are actually participating with the money, they will request your accountability, which is a very healthy also process. So I just leave this with, there are many considerations we can do, but I'm running out of time. I probably more than running out. So I just wanted to mention a couple of UN Habitat tools in this respect. So which touch upon, on one side, the expenditure side, on the other side, the revenue and optimization of revenue and spending and the connection between the expenditure and the source of funding. And I mentioned Johannesburg. This is actually what we call the capital investment planning methodology, and it is connecting directly all the planning process with the financing definition of the priorities and design of the projects for finance and identification of the financing sources. So this has been used in Johannesburg and many other cities. We are developing what we call the local finance framework. This is actually utilizing two criteria, fundamentally, the creditworthiness of the city and the revenue of the project, to start a reflection on which type of finance source can be best adapted, and also to discuss how to sequence them. We have talked about public-private partnership, for instance. When are they a reasonable way to get into implementation? When you have to rather start optimizing your own source revenue and avoiding locking yourself in an unsustainable pattern of financing, where you, for instance, too much debt compared to what you can collect, or you disincentivize the tax collection because you are giving priority to external sources of funding. So this is something that we believe could be very much important for cities, but also for the finance actors to work together to develop citywide financing strategies. And then on the own source revenue, we work on rapid assessment of own source revenue, which is a tool for cities to actually identify their gap. And I think these are the main tools. And I hope that I have given at least some food for thought for the rest of the conference, that will go in a lot of more details on many of these aspects, but can actually use, I hope, this type of frame to really analyze the options, the possible intervention, and how we work on an ecosystem of financing that is actually sustainable in the way it is designed, and is not over-reliant, let's say, on one or some sources of financing, and actually makes use of the intrinsic potential of the city to create value and create actually own source revenues in particular. So the issue to look ahead is financing, governance, the typology of project, the different forms of finance sequencing, and of course, huge issues that I hope the conference will touch upon is about which lessons do we learn from other cities, what we can exchange across different cities, and how do we develop more capacity on these topics to make city able to play this game in a very positive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laura, for your very informative and impressive presentation. So in the following, I'm going to chair this remaining first keynote session. My name is Zhe Liu from Xi'an University, China, and I'm also a joint associate with Dalhousie University in Canada. So, and Laura's topic is around finance for urban development. And, she focuses on two aspects. One is the need to increase the flow of resources to cities, and the second, the challenges of the developing suitable bank and bankable projects, right? And also Laura talked about how UN habitats view and exploring the ideas of local financing framework, allowing cities effective assess which type of expenditures should be financed, where which types of financing options for which type of cities are based on analysis of local financial and economic reality. It's very informative. And also Laura talked about how to improve the financing approach to the cities. So it's very informative. You know, if you have some questions, you can show me your hand for Laura. But due to the very limited time, a very delayed for the session, and we just have 3 questions for Laura. Okay, so if you have questions for Laura, just show your hand. You guys, okay, yeah.
Thank you, Laura, for that wonderful presentation. I'm Roman Uzopia from University of Nairobi. Just maybe giving the issue of the tool, the capital investment planning methodology, and its application in Joburg. Maybe you can give us a refresher about what are some of the outcomes, what are some of the lessons when you applied it in Joburg. Yeah? And then secondly, this issue of urban renewal. We have a lot of concerns in terms of making our urban areas more livable and also more vibrant. Yeah? Do you see possibility of maybe using this kind of tools to revive as part of urban renewal financing? Thank you.
We have already 2 questions. Yes. Yes, as far as Johannesburg is concerned, I think the most important thing, which I couldn't present because it would have been a presentation in itself, is that the plan, the actual plan, has a very important part on the value of land and how to increase the value of land and how to capture the value of land and how to reinvest it. So the capital investment plan that I was showing is developed starting from there. So how do we, what is the level of resources that a plan, because of the choices that it makes about land use, this, can generate, no? And then how can this plan spend these resources, no? So it is, again, a sort of business plan for the urban plan, no? And so the capital investment plan is not, you know, a dream. It's not the dream of, okay, we will have so much money and we'll find it everywhere across the world to do all that we want. No, it has been, it was a very realistic, local, let's say, plan, no? And that has been so important also for the city then to attract other resources, because you are also showing that you are serious in the way you want to deal with your, let's say, your development, let's say. I think that somehow is the one of the part of the process that is very very useful also to, for instance, then Johannesburg, because it had this plan and it had, and the plan, of course, had strong environmental and social equity and all this dimension, and was already addressing them by itself. Then he managed to attract, you know, ODA or the African, sorry, the South African Development Bank resources, etc. So I think layering all this is very important. The other question is on urban regeneration. Maybe it's interesting to talk about Johannesburg again, just because it's fresh in my mind thinking about it. For instance, Johannesburg had a huge issue of Soweto. Soweto is this sort of And what was happening in Soweto is that it was paralyzed in non-development because fundamentally they had a debt with the state. They were refusing to pay taxes, and they were not expecting to pay taxes to the new government because it was finally the African government, etc. And they had to unlock this thing. They had to discover this because they couldn't understand why people in Soweto were not developing. They were not creating businesses, densifying, etc. And that one thing was this debt on local revenue that was locked in the world of Soweto. So that is where you get a strategy to try to unlock this thing. You have to find a compromise and what you call, urban regeneration, for example. But I think this needs to be discussed case by case. I mean, the important thing is that let's not forget that money is important, but that also not forget that the regulation around the money and the way you want to use it is as important to bring the confidence of people to actually put their money and do the transformation that we want to see somehow.
Okay, so someone else who have questions for Laura? Maybe one last question. Do you have? So I have a question. You're talking about the approaches and how improve the financing cities in your presentation, right? But I have a question. If I have a case just such as Niarobi, what is your priority for UN Habitat for financing projects in such a city like Niarobi? Yeah, it's cities are different, right, in every countries.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty tricky question. I think this. I think would be worthwhile a full session to look at how a lot of investment in Kenya, in Nairobi, have been not financed properly. And I don't want even to talk about the more recent, etc. It is not even, Nairobi, for instance. What we have seen, for instance, with Thika Road. Thika Road is a big road, which was, Kenyans were very proud. It was a first real highway that it was built in the country. I don't know if it was 6 lanes or something like that. And it connects to Nairobi to a middle city in the metropolitan area of Nairobi. That road was financed by the African Development Bank and others. And it was designed without the thinking of what was happening around it. So you have the road, you have now a huge increase of the land value around this road, and you don't have a plan, and you don't have a mechanism to capture, and you have been told about a toll system on this road, which actually was never put, but this road could have paid for itself if the planners and even the African Development Bank would have requested that around it we had a plan and we had a way to acknowledge that all that value that was increased is coming from a public investment, and so needs to be captured partially, not all of it, but to go back in the public thing. So these are the mechanisms that in Kenya and many other countries are not there. And I actually want also to say that it is the responsibility also of the financiers. They are very happy to get a big project and a big how do you call it, interest rate out of the loan, etc. The bigger, the better for them. But with a fraction of that money, we could have done a plan around that highway. And first of all, it will be more orderly. they wouldn't have the water and the sewage problem that they have now, and you would have a much more prosperous situation. And I think that China, just to in brackets, I think China is a very good example and understanding of this. And maybe this could be also this type of process in China. So I think one of the value of having this tripartite setting is that there could be a very interesting exchange of experiences on that.
Yeah, actually, in this regard, we have a lot of we can have a lot of discussions around this topic. It's very meaningful for the cities, for the citizens living in this city, right? So, but due to a very limited time, so we have to.
But you have a full conference to discuss these things.
Definitely, yes, yes. So thank you very much, Laura, for your very impressive presentation. Okay, so we have to move to next speaker. And the next speaker will be Professor Kamal Gamal, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Cooperative University of Kenya. And Professor Gamal had held the positions of the chair of horticultural department, associate dean at the Faculty of Agriculture, director and the board of postgraduate studies, and dean at the Faculty of Agriculture at GCCASU, among other responsibilities, which he performed with distinction. And he had numerous publications in internationally reference journals, like many undergraduates, master and PhD students. Certainly, he is recognized as a research scientist and constant in horticulture. Professor Gamal obtained a doctorate degree of philosophy in horticultural science of the University of Hanover, Germany in 1999 under German, and also he also obtained other degrees in Kenya universities, and he will give us a topic entitled "Synergetic Cooperation in Financing African Cities." But due to some reasons, Professor Gamal is not able to attend this conference in person. Professor Aiman will present on his behalf. So welcome, Professor Aiman. Please. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. Once more, our apologies for Professor Gamal for not being here. He's the VC, and sometimes we are abruptly called upon for meetings that he cannot be able to avoid. The advantage is that we worked on this project together. Sorry. Sorry, technology sometimes is.
Okay. Just a minute.
Okay, thank you. So as stated, our topic is synergetic corporations in, sorry. finance African cities. As I've indicated, we worked with PROC together, and that is an advantage. That is why it's very important. If we did not work together, it would be difficult for me to present this work. But because we work together with PROC, it is going to be easier. So an outline of what I'm presenting today. We'll have an introduction, then we'll have the challenges and problems, then we'll have objective, and then method of evidence. We are going to see the evidence to this. We cannot just be speaking of synergies and probably there's no evidence to support it. So we look at some evidence of this, then we'll have conclusion and then recommendation. So just an introduction. We know that synergetic corporations in financing cities, they play a crucial role in the development and sustainability of African cities. These partnerships involve collaborations between various stakeholders, which include governments, international organizations, private sector, and the local communities. We have several cities that are an example of corporations, synergetic corporations. The first city we look at here is the London Financial District. We know London because of its stock exchange. We also have the banks, many of them. And it is one of the example of cities that is as a result of synergetic corporations. We also have the Silicon Valley, where we have Google, we have other companies from there, many, and it is due to the synergetic corporations that we have. We also have Zurich, a city in Switzerland, where is a result of synergetic corporations. We have Singapore also. Many people will keep asking, why is Singapore rich? It is because of the synergetic corporations that they have that enable it to be that rich. We also have Niarobi, our green city. We have Niarobi having several corporations, and that is why it is green, it is in the sun, and it is in Africa, one of those cities, which is as a result of synergetic corporations. We also have Lagos in Nigeria, a city of many houses and cars. We have Kigali in Rwanda, is also an example of, or a result of synergetic cooperation. We also have Dakar, the city with many houses. You can see it has so many houses, and there are so many synergies that result in Dakar. So we have benefits of synergetic corporations in Africa. Normally, we know that synergies will result in a lot of good things. Among them, we have increased investment opportunities, which include foreign direct investment. We know that the relationship operations will result into that. Enhanced service provision is also as a result of cooperation. Private, public, government will result into that. We have job creation, economic growth from infrastructural projects. A lot of these are as a result of partnerships. And then we have alignment of partnerships with sustainable development goals. That is also a result of corporations. That is why we have the goals like poverty, goal number 1, and goal number 11, sustainable urbanization, as a result of these partnerships. These are negotiated goals. That is why they are very good and people keep using them because they come out of relationships. The benefits, sorry. Okay, so despite these despite the fact that we know that Africa still has challenges. We have named some of the cities which have corporations, but it doesn't mean that all is well in Africa. It helps, it supports the development of Africa, but we still have problems. We cannot, as we have been told, there are financial issues and we have problems. These problems, despite the corporations, that affect budget constraints. We also have weak revenue generation due to limited tax base. We have been told that financially. We have high levels of informality. Of course, there is a lot of informal transfers of monies in Africa, and that causes a lot of problems. If we had formal ways of doing things, like the way some of the development tax, there is a penalty, there is no two-way, and the penalties are high, then probably would have better finances, just like we've had. We have infrastructure deficits due to funding, and we can compare the cities that we have and their infrastructure and the African cities that we have just seen. You will see that there's a lot of discrepancies in the comparison. So those are the problems we have. And of course, rapid urbanization. There's movement from communities to the urban cities. And that will definitely cause a lot of problems because these people are coming to look for jobs. Those jobs probably are not there. And this congestion will result into a lot of issues. So we have some solutions for this. Of course, we need to do more research to get more solutions. These complex challenges we have in Africa, as we've said, public-private partnerships is a solution to them. We also have to explore innovative ways of financing, for example, the green bonds and impact investing, where we are looking at long-term investments to be able to help financing the African cities. We need to strengthen local government capacities, both in training and also in financing them. We need to give our counties, for example, in Kenya, more funding to support them. The funding that goes there, as they keep indicating, is not enough, and they are the centers of change, so we need to keep funding them. And then also we need to involve the community, local communities, decision making. When we do, there'll be a lot of so we want to see the extent of this theory that synergetic corporations are important in financing African cities. So that is what we investigated. It is something we theorize, but is there some truth in what we are saying? So this paper or research really went to check the truth. To do so, we had to have an objective that governs us, and that was to assess the levels of synergetic corporations in finance African cities. We tested a hypothesis of two groups, and one of the groups had only 2 or less corporations. The others had more than 2. So the null hypothesis was the 2 groups are equal, the one that has 2 or less, or the ones that had 2 or more. So indicators of so we know that when we are doing research, we have to have some indicators of this, the ones that we pick and measure. So we had to identify some of them. One is public-private partnerships. We have collaborations, we have municipal bonds, we have development aids and grants, and then we have regional cooperation. when we'll be checking the funds that are allocated, those are the indicators that support the fact that then there is synergy. You'll see that in our table. So the methodology we used here is, first of all, we identified the stakeholders, which are the cities, those cities. That is why we have the denominator when we are getting value to check. Then we developed the indicators to use, just like we have, and then we gathered data from various sources, and then we analyzed the data. So in our data analysis, we were able to pull a number of countries. We have Rwanda, we have Lagos, we have Kisumu. In Kenya, we have Nairobi in Kenya. In Lagos, in Nigeria, we put Lagos. Angola, we put Rwanda. Currently in Nairobi, we picked, in Kenya, we picked two, Kisumu and Nairobi. In the DRC, then we have Durban in South Africa, we have Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and then we have Dakar in Senegal. So we used various indicators given to check synergies. We used city budgets, we used the country's budget, we used on-source revenue. We used grants, we used the city's GDP, we used the government finance, comes in dollars, and then we got the per capita budget. So without getting the per capita budget, it would be difficult because there are some cities that have high budgets, but high population. So to make it even for comparison purposes, we were able to calculate per capita budget, and that made it even for all the cities. And therefore, we were able to compare these easily. So that is a contribution of data that assisted in this study. We have several cities with development plans. We have others with public partnerships. We also use the country to get the we had the city's population too to enable us. With that, we were able then to use a man which they hypothesis, a simple one, want to get serious of detail. These are the concepts. So in this test, as you said, we are checking whether there is a relationship between synergies and resulting from financing. So one, as you said, is there a relationship between synergetic cooperation and the financing, or is there no relationship? So you can see that for us to be able to get this value, we got the ranks. We ranked the per capita budget of cities with corporations less or equal to 2. Then we ranked against those that have corporations that are more than 2. So the numbers are given. The values will tell you. We just use simple arithmetic, and the higher it is, the better the rank. So the test is given up there, a simple test of hypothesis, where N is just the number of cities we have used, and R is the sum, of the ranks. Very simple. So once we got our values, in this previous table, we can see that we had 8 cities. 4 of them were ranked below 2 or equal to 2, and 4 of them were ranked above 2. So the N for N1 and N2 are 4. And then also R1 are just the total of these ranks, R1 and R. So that gives us our U1 and our U2 respectively. Once you substitute those values in the questions, then in testing the hypothesis, you get a U value from the tables. A lot of us have done research and you need a level of significance, which you can pick or you can be given depending on your accuracy level that you wish. Our accuracy level was not very high, so we just picked 95% accuracy level at a level of significance of 0.05. And of course, our N is 4. If you check in the tables, it will give you a value of 0. And our rejection rule is you reject null if your value is less than or equal to 1. And we can see in our previous calculation that our value, you pick the lowest of the two values. So the lowest of those two values is 1, and 1 is less than 0 in the tests. Therefore, we reject null, which indicated there is no relationship between synergetic corporations and financing cities. And therefore, we conclude by the second hypothesis, which indicates that there is a relationship. And so we get evidence that indeed there is a relationship. In our discussion, we looked at really what causes the countries that have less cooperation. You'll find that Luanda is most of the finances are from the government. So that caused the low value in its synergy. In Kinshasa, despite the fact that they have a very high budget, you find that really they don't follow the budget. Sometimes they overspend. Sometimes also we have, due to the problems they encounter, there is no really documentation of a lot of things, so there is no evidence. In Dar es Salaam also they rely on the government so much, and so you find there are no synergies. In Dakar too, we lacked a lot of statistics, and they remit everything to the government and the government gives them back. So we lacked that cooperation, and that is why they didn't rank highly. So in conclusion, we would want to indicate that the comparison per population, per person in that population was critical, because without that, then we do not have a leverage to compare. And that gave our results credence because everything is compared equally. And then, of course, the results of the tests are very clear that the more cooperation we have, the better financed these cities are. And therefore, there is need for cooperation in financing African cities. So there's more to be done, as we know, for our African cities. And therefore, in view of our findings, we advocate that there needs to be increased engagement, because we can see corporations lead to more financing. And also we need to establish benchmarks or targets based on the stakeholder engagement we have. And this benchmark can serve as a reference point in future for us to track progress over time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor informative and impressive. Take a seat. Yeah. And, Professor, yeah. Professor Emma's topic, synergetic cooperation in financing. It is play a crucial role. I totally agree with that in the development and sustainability of African countries, and also such collaboration aim to address the challenges faced by African cities where with very limited financial resources. Professor Emma also, talk about the indicators that you use in your studies and your informative. Thank you very much. So to be fair and equal, so we also have 3 questions for Professor Emma. Okay, so if you have some questions for Emma, just show me your hands. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I just have 1 or 2 questions. The first one, when Madam Emma started, I heard her calling names. For example, they called Nigeria or Lagos, country of what? Cars and houses, something like that. And Kenya, the green one under the sun, and Rwanda, this and that. Unfortunately, we are talking about African cities, right? And I wonder, what is the name for the Congo Kinshasa? I didn't hear any name about Congo Kinshasa. Is the city of what? That's my concern. And as far as I know, it's now, it's among it's a part of East African community, right? So I felt like it was kind of forgotten. And secondly, I could see, like, how can I call it? It's like about how the budget, how it have been going. I saw the amount of the money that have been used for Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, Kenya, this and that. The last amount that I saw about Congo, it was above the amount that have been used for other countries. But when you go to Congo, you can cry. You can cry when you compare it with other cities. It pities. Why the amount was huge than others, but till now, there is nothing. Like Madam mentioned the Thika Road highway. Do you know that in Congo, I'm not sure if they even have one. I'm not sure about that. And when I saw the year of 2016, something said there that they delay, like when it comes to get the funds, it delays. But if you count from 2016 up to 2023, what takes so long? Does Congo not qualify for the development, like the how do we call it in French, infrastructure? Does it not qualify? Is it the climate, the weather, or what went wrong? Because as far as I know, it's a country with the weather is favorable, the climate. I'm not trying to take sides, but when you compare, like when you said something about Johannesburg, when you say something about Johannesburg, you feel the Johannesburg. When you arrive there, you are like, oh my God. But comparing to all these countries, even when you go to Kigali, it's a very small city. Rwanda is very small. But when you see the development, when you see the roads, the constructions, you say, wow. But that huge Congo, what went wrong? What doesn't work? What is wrong? They don't manage it good, or it's just forgotten, or I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I assure you, it's the same feeling we have in Nairobi. When we go out and we see the way other countries are developed and other countries look like, when we come back to Nairobi, we have the same feeling. And that is why we are motivated to be here, to find, to hear what others are doing, and to be able to learn from them, and also to share with them what we are doing, so that we compare and see where we are going wrong or right. I was shocked when I looked at the budget for Kinshasa. It is very high, and it's not a myth. They have presented it. in their municipality, and it is documented online. That the millions you are seeing there, it's true. It was given in Congo dollars. When I converted, I had to do it like 3 times because I was not believing that they have so much money and they have nothing to show for it. I could not believe. I thought even the Kenyan one is higher. I had the same feeling until now I went to really what happens there. So there's a lot that, because if you read, the roads are not good. Right now, I don't know when they are having the elections, and there is no infrastructure in terms of roads. That is the debate about Congo, but that is their budget. And somewhere along the way, you don't know how it is used. There is no accountability. So all that gets towards the informal ways we use our budgets. And so this feeling is common. It's common, and it requires us as Africans, as Kenyans, people from Nairobi. Yesterday we had a capacity building for the young ones. And that is the message you are passing across, that probably the young ones can do better than us, that we want them to be different. Although, of course, they will challenge us that they need examples. So that feeling you have is the same feeling you have. And we share it, but we have come to learn and we have come to help one another be able to better our cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, someone else have questions? Okay, so Professor Emma, so you talk about the synergetic cooperation is very crucial for cities, in particular for the cities where with very limited financial resources. So I totally agree with that. But establish a kind of solid synergetic cooperation is not that easy. Right? So may I ask you that from your perspective, what is the most difficult thing to establish kind of, a solid cooperation relationship?
Pardon, the last?
So what is your, what is the most difficult things, the challenges for establishing cooperation?
Oh, thank you.
Even in particular for the, the cities with very limited financial resources. Yeah.
Thank you. I will speak honestly, because even in our forum yesterday, we were honest that I think we do not love our cities very much. Like the way other countries or other people love their cities. We just think that Nairobi will build itself. Kinshasa, as you said, the way she's very passionate about it, she feels it. We just think it will grow, someone will do it. But we learn that we need to be there. Everybody needs to participate. So it's difficult to bring people on board, but we are trying. This message we are establishing here, we are passing it to the young one, and we are passing it to everybody. As we awaited this forum, we had promotions where even our Vice Chancellor was talking about financing of African cities and was challenging the counties that they are the ones who are faced with these issues. They need to come on board and share these challenges. So it is not easy, as you say. We need just to be open about it, as you can see we are. And we need to go out there and say that we need to work together. This is our city. There's a congestion, and you find when you're on the road, everyone is using a different direction. Those are part of the issues we face. In terms of tax, in terms of use of this tax, a lot of times it is collected and not used prudently. Those are issues informal use of that. Those are issues we have to grapple with. We have to be responsible. We don't have to be dropping that everywhere. We have to have a common responsibility to waste management. So these are issues that we really need to talk about them in this forum and share and get perspectives of how others do it. and share with members of our country to better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Emma, for this brilliant presentation. So I just want to share some thought, because I do have experience living, I would say, in 3 different regions. So because myself, I'm originally from the Congo, so which is a poor country, you know, with a poor infrastructure. So I live in China, like about 15 years ago, and I've seen how Chinese cities are being developed and the way Chinese are trying their best, you know, with all the challenges they have, with the huge population they have, managing, you know, the population and making sure that, you know, they can offer the citizen the best solution. That's also very amazing. So something that I have experienced, you know, firsthand. You know, it's not just about reading books, but seeing that, you know, and also experiencing that. So, and right now, as you know, I live in Canada as a Canadian citizen for the past few years, and Canada, well known as, you know, a country with, you know, cities best ranked in the world, and the way they do things in terms of keeping on track, because, you know, this, you can be a best city, you can have nice city, but if you're not, you know, trying the best, you know, and trying to come up with innovative solutions, then your city will just kind of fall apart, and then it's gonna be a problem, you know, in the next few days. So I think one of the problems with, you know, African cities in terms of financing is, if you look at the taxes, you know, municipal taxes. I live in Canada. Sometimes I remember the first time, you know, when I saw the bill for the municipal tax. So, come on, this is crazy. How can you pay thousands of dollars, you know, just in terms of municipal taxes? This is impossible, right? And I tried to compare myself and say, okay, we also have property in the Congo, but I've lived there for so many years. I've never paid any municipal tax. I'm not accusing myself. I'm not asking to ask the, you know, the government to, but this is just the whole city doesn't have that system, right? You don't have collecting taxes. Even when, you know, you ask for a little money for, you know, just cleaning it doesn't work. And then, so, but how can you make your city to be livable, right? So if the city doesn't collect, and the very few taxes that they collected, it's all about corruption, you know, and citizens, they don't see the value. But when I look at the quality of life that I see in Canada, and even when I pay municipal taxes, so I don't regret, because I see the value added. When there's snow, you know, Canada, you know, we spend like about 6 months under snow, and you see all these machineries used and the whole system used just to clear the snow. And then you wonder, how do they do this, you know? But you can't do that if the municipal government, we're not even talking about the provincial government or even the federal government, but just the lower level of the government. This is part of the responsibility. So I think, and every year, so this amount of, you know, depending on the inflation or whatever, they increase this, because you're not gonna say, okay, life is expensive. You spend money on other things, but you don't increase your contribution to the city. It doesn't work. But if you look at not just on the Congo, but also some other African cities, so if you look at the rate of the municipal contribution for the citizen, so these are rates are maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and they can't keep on track with the life standard. So I think we need to be responsible in terms of what our city needs in terms of, you know, collecting revenue for that, but also making sure, not just collecting, but making sure that we spend that for, you know, the development of the city. So this is just a perspective that I want to, you know, share in terms of this people.
Thank you. I can also just answer to that we are learning. As I've said, we've gone out there. We have visited this Singapore and all these places we visited, and we know, we have seen, and that is why when we come back here, we just look and wonder. The airports particularly are landmarks for most of the countries we've visited. I know you have passed through ours and you're wondering, where is this? I know that, despite the fact that you'll not say it. I wanted to indicate that Congo is not poor. It is the place where we have most of the minerals that are required. If these are mined and used as per expectation, or that it can be the richest of all this, just like Nigeria. If the oil is used properly, so it's about what you're saying. We are not poor. It's just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your views and making the comments. This morning our friend the implementation. So we totally agree that effective implementation is very key, to putting work forward. Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Emma. And we are very delayed for our schedule for our first keynote session. And in the first keynote session, we talk about the sustainable financing strategy for cities, and also we talk about the synergetic cooperation in financing, African cities. So I think we should have a lot of more discussions, but we, have very limited time. So thank you very much for the two keynote speakers for giving us so meaningful and interesting topic. And I will announce the end of the first keynote session. Okay, thank you very much. And in the following, we have 10 minutes coffee break. Okay, and we come. Okay.
So we're going to have 10-minute coffee break. Before that, if we can have a kind of family photos for all of us, because this is the first day, so we can just come and stand here. Is that right? We can stand here, or where do you suggest we? Sorry? Okay, so maybe we go out at the entrance, and then we have a photo, and then come back for a coffee break, okay? So we can stretch our legs on that, so we can take the stairs here. Thank you very much.
J'ai forcé la région encore, mais
This second session of presentations. I hope we can settle down. Let's settle down so that we can begin our second session. Yeah. So this session will have two presentations. So the first presenter is Zachary, not around, so we'll be taking that presentation. So the first presentation will be given by Bosco Chule. So Bosco is supposed to present with Wang Xingping. Yeah? Okay, I hope I've gotten the name right. Yeah? So Bosco is from Southeast University of China. And then Bosco will be presenting on financing sustainable urban development, looking at the challenges and opportunities in Africa. Case of Kenya, urban centers. So Bosco, will just give us an overview. We'll just give you 10 minutes to rush us through, give us an overview of what all these things are all about, and then the key messages so that people can pick issues. Because I've learned if we over-prevent people, you lose people. So let's just give him 10 minutes to give a clear overview of your presentation. Karibu, you're welcome. Thank you. And please, let's give him time and let's thank you.
working on the bottom. Towns, mega cities such as Cairo, Kinshasa, Lagos, Accra, Johannesburg, Khartoum, and Nairobi are the forefront in urbanization surge. The current infrastructure is severely strained by increase in urbanization, and the quality of services being offered to residents is impacted by the fact that the current facilities are overcrowded. Managing the face of rising urbanization presents complications, and to guarantee sustainable development and enhance standards of living, efficient planning and coordination become essential. As you can see, this is a graph of urban population growth in Africa, according to World Economic Forum. As you can see, in Africa, the leading in Lagos, in the capital city of Nigeria, then is followed by Kinshasa, and I'll just go all the way to Nairobi, is I think number 5 in the list, number 5 or 6 in the list. So as you can see, is one of the most experiencing fastest growing in Africa. So as I said, megacities abound throughout Africa, and each one adds a unique element in urban narrative of the continent. Among them are these cities, as mentioned here, and I mentioned earlier, Kenya, Nairobi being one of them. These megacities are important centers of urban activities and have shaped African cultural and economical fabric. As major urban centers struggle with surge in population, the rapid growth has brought substantial challenges, especially congestion. Inadequate infrastructure increases complexity and emphasizes the need of development projects and strategic planning. This is another diagram showing the growth of African cities. As you can see, Nairobi, the green part of it is, the bigger the green part, the circle, the faster the growth of that city. As you can see, as I said earlier, Lagos is among the leading ones, but according to physical geography cities of urbanization, you can see in East Africa, Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, part of East Africa, they have growth in cities. So urban challenges in Kenya, urbanization challenges in Kenya, I'll talk about them. Challenges include the burden placed on infrastructure and services that are now in place, and the complications brought by poor urban planning and governance concerns. The entire urban experience is impacted as a result of the increased demand on public services, roads, and utilities. Challenges arise from insufficient urban planning tactics, leading to traffic jams, unequal resource distribution, and lack of sustainable development projects. Managing and the complicated dynamics of urbanization required effective urban governance, and issues such as regulatory frameworks, coordination, and resource allocation require strategic attention. Nairobi is the capital city of Kenya, is 3 times bigger than the country's second largest urban area. 70% of population in Kenya, they live in 8 counties, that is Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, Machakos, Kiambu, Uasin Gishu, and Nakuru and Kajiado. That is 70% in these counties. So it means in Kenya you have 47 counties, so it means 30% in the other counties. So you can see it takes 70% so of the whole population in Kenya. Early urban center in Kenya faces unique issues. Despite obstacles, urban centers also offer opportunities for innovation, community development, and economic progress. So I'll show you this is the map of Kenya, and some of the, as you can see, most of the cities, they're in the middle, the cities with the high population in Kenya. They're in the middle of the country. This has been the growth since 1950s. As you can see, in 1960 and around 1970, 80, the growth was huge because we had just gotten our independence in Kenya. So most people were now migrating to the urban centers in Kenya. But you can see you maintained the curve for the years from 1980 until currently. There has been growth in urban growth. The opportunities of urbanization in Kenya, I'll talk about them: economic growth and job creation. Urbanization promotes job creation and entrepreneurship by acting as a catalyst for economic growth. Improved service access. Urbanization makes it easier to get basic services like healthcare and education, attracting investments, and also promoting innovation. Because of time, I'll just go through. Importance of sustainable urban development. Long-term benefits of sustainable urbanization include resilient environmental practices, safeguarding and welfare of future generation, and promoting vibrant, inclusive communities. Sustainable urban development actively supports environmental conservation by lowering ecological footprints and strengthening climatic resilience. By emphasizing sustainability, surrounding that prioritize all inhabitants, health and enhanced well-being are created. Challenges entering urban development and funding, I'll talk, is scale of investment. One major obstacle is sheer amount of money needed to meet challenging demands of urban growth. Inadequate public finances, and also limited access to financing. These are graphs showing infrastructure budget allocation in shillings since 2018 to currently 2023. As you can see, the gray bar is representing roads allocation of funding. The yellow is representing energy. The red is representing water and sewer. And the yellow, that dark yellow is representing transport, and ICT is the last one. So you can see from 2018 to 2019 budget, it has been growing the allocation. So there is some improvement in government support for urbanization in Kenya. The strategies to propel sustainable urban projects. The financing and implementation of sustainable urban initiatives are greatly aided by public-private partnerships, that is PPPs. Creative financing mechanism, investing options like green finance and municipal bonds present fresh methods of obtaining capital for urban development. Leveraging international financing, creating alliances and gaining access to foreign financing sources help urban projects remain financially viable. Enhancing governance and institutional capacity. Effective governance is important in ensuring sustainable urban growth that satisfies current demands without jeopardizing the capacity of future generation and requires sound governance. Establishing solid institution is essential to promoting adaptation and resilience in the face of urban difficulties. Transparency and accountability to foster public confidence and guarantee equitable development, urban planning, and administrative needs. This is what I was talking about earlier, just the previous slide. The factors leading to city resilience and sustainable development is a diagram. There is good governance, good urban governance, urban engagement, economic resilience, social political resilience, and decentralization. Policy and regulatory framework. Encouraging private sector investment and streamlining processes. Sustainable urban development is guided by policies and prioritize community well-being, equitable growth, and environmental conservation. Investments from private sector in metropolitan areas promote the creation of employment, economic expansion, and infrastructural improvement. Tax breaks and other strategic bring interests of business sector in accordance with those of a community and the environment. Urban projects that can be approved more quickly and effectively, which lowers bureaucracy, barriers, and encourages quick decisions, which draws in investment, encourage innovation in urban development. Community engaging stakeholders and communities. Community involvement in urban development promotes inclusive decision-making, local expertise, and ownership, encouraging sustainable and resilient and urban development decisions require diverse stakeholders, private sector, cooperation for innovation, and community cooperation alignment and sustainable growth. Trust promotes collaboration, risk mitigation, and community private sector synergy, attracting long-term investments and encouraging creative financing models. Innovative financing models. These are some of them. Crowdfunding and citizen financing are potential methods of financing urban projects that allows residents to shape their neighborhoods. Projects with positive social and economical and social and environmental effects can be funded through impact investing, which involves the private sector. By combining public and private resources, blended finance strategies help spread risk and attract a broader range to investors. This, and to end my presentation today, these are some of the questions and discussion we can think more about. In what ways do businesses and communities react to financing strategies for urban initiatives such as social impacts bonds or crowdfunding? The second, which particular policy modification promotes sustainable urban development? How can social, economical, and environmental aspects be addressed through policies? And the last one is, what potential effects might new technologies such as blockchain and smart city solutions have on financial inclusion and urban development decision-making, especially in Africa? Possibilities or challenges? That will be all for today. Thank you for your time and attention for listening to me. Thank you.
So thank you, Bosco, for that informative presentation. I'll just give a chance for 2 questions before I can call the second presenter.
Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful talk. And my question is for Kenya's economic development. I see figures about a decrease, maybe from 1970s to 1990s, I'm not sure, is a very big decrease. I'm not sure what's the reason why the decrease during the period in Kenya's economic development. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof, for that. I hope you've taken note of that. Any other question? So Bosco, go ahead.
Thank you for the good question. When we gained our independence in 1964, and mostly, immediately after independence, mostly there was a high population coming to the urban centers to seek for jobs, because during colonization, there were not those opportunities. So after we gained our independence, there were opportunities in urban centers. So most people were coming to urban centers. That's why it was many people were coming, a population were coming to urban centers. Then after, because most that during those years, I think it's a 10-year gap, many people came, then now it's stabilized, now normal urbanization. I think I've answered your question.
Thanks, Bosco. Yeah.
Thank you for your intuitive presentation. I'm just wondering if there's a difference or really what the demarcation is in terms of urban growth and economic growth in the urban centers, because sometimes when you hear urban growth, you think it is economic growth. So what is this distinction between urban, or could you just make the distinction between urban growth and the rest, the other growth, the other increases? Also, I was present during those years where the GDP was going up. And I'm not sure it is because of the population that later on there was the population increase, because then the economy was good. We went to good hospitals, the roads were good, the schools were free, we had free family planning, we had a lot of good things. So probably you just need to check what and be truthful. In these sessions, let us be truthful. The question was very direct and very good. What really happened? Okay, because according to some of us who lived in those days, the economy was very good. Thank you.
I'll first start with urbanization. Urbanization is speculative, people moving to urban areas. And economic growth is what, especially GDP of the country. So I'll talk about, she asked about those years when, I think around 1970s to around 1980s, when the economic is, excuse me, just one question. You talked about the economic growth or urbanization in the 1970s. Yes. Can I just put the table? Just a minute. Yes, yes. Not this one, not this one. This one? Urban Kenyan annual growth is urban growth, not economic growth. Yes.
Growth refers to the number of people that, yeah, so that needs to be clear because sometimes there is the confusion that when a center grows, a lot of things grow. Yeah, so you need to indicate population growth in the urban center so that it is clear. That's why probably you're being asked. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
GDP or GDP per person? Maybe to compare this. I think that would be interesting results to compare them. Thank you.
Thanks, colleagues, for those elaborate comments, so discussion. So you've seen the work has elicited a lot of interest here, but just not to answer now, but to think of funding mechanisms, maybe from your connection with China, being a student there. What are some of the areas where you think we need to maybe copy or learn from the Chinese in terms of funding our urbanization, yeah, so that we have more progressive urbanization, yeah? You don't have to answer that, just for reflection, yeah? So kindly allow me to invite the second presenter, Sami Shileche, who is from the Nairobi City County government. And Sami will be presenting about financing African cities, the case of Nairobi City. So Sami, welcome. These are the owners of the city. So we are privileged to have the owner of the city to be one of the presenters. So welcome, step up and can make a presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And Prof, thank you for the opportunity. And Nairobi's, thank you. My name is Sami Shileche, and I'm presenting on Nairobi City. And Nairobi City is now a global city. And one fundamental thing that I would say, it has come from a small area, a station, up to where we are. At the moment, it's an engine where ideas are being generated. And it's true even today, what we are doing here, we are actually brooding ideas. And that is how the city has grown. An engine where ideas are being generated. But by the end of this conference, the ideas we are going to have here will actually propel the city to a better place and even globally. So allow me to present the state of our financial status. I will make my presentation very brief in a very practical way to see how we perform in terms of our finances. And starting with this, is this is the city in the sun. Why we call the city the sun? It's because it's the only city in Africa that has a national park. And this brings to the fundamental, but that animals stay under the sun and they survive because the sun brings a lot, and out of these, a city grows. So you see,
always make fun and say
it's actually a living city.
Within the city, but still out of the city.
Very true.
Yeah,
it is actually a city, and it's still
come out
living.
well now.
So my presentation will give you a bit of a background and also how the city has grown. And also I'll give you the revenue status, the legal framework, and proposals. And in this case, I start by saying that we have become a competitive city globally. We are the hub in the East Africa and also Africa at length. Now we are going global. And another fundamental thing that we understand is that we are a city of order, hope, opportunities, and with dignity. And that is the motto we are having now.
The city of order, dignity.
And in this case, it's just a show of how we have been able to grow. From the 60s, you can see how the map is bringing out the growth. This is now what we are calling the urban growth, the urbanization. In the near future, we'll find the red will be covering all the greens because that is where we are going. And that's where we are bringing in the agenda, the 2063 agenda, the Africa we want, but also the Nairobi we want. And also in Kenya, we have the Vision 2030. This Vision 2030 was looking into the fundamental principles of the urbanization in Kenya, plus the economical development. And if we go further, we find in 2021, this is what we were having, which means in the near future of 2050, this is what we will be having. Find the city will be totally covered, filled out. And this calls us to ask ourselves, how are we going to manage this growth? How are we going to finance this growth? Looking at the city now, and what we are struggling is, we have increase of people, the urbanization. But now, the commensurate supply of services, infrastructure, the sewer system, the other services, provision of housing units to accommodate this increase of people is where the gap is. And still, even at the moment, the governor and other management team, they're asking themselves, where are we going to get these finances? And that's why I'm bringing to you a state of our financial provision. And before I bring that, I'll let you know that we also have a legal framework that is governing this, all through from our constitution. And the constitution brings in the clauses that are empowering and giving the county the mandate for finances. We have the County Government Act. We have also other legals like the Fiscal Planning Act. We have also the Urban Cities and Urban Areas and Cities Act. We also have EMCA that help us in the management. Are we okay? As the fixes, you realize that Nairobi has two climatical conditions. There is a section that is very cold, and there is a section that if you just cross a street, you find it's a bit warm, the tropical kind of system. I don't know if you have experienced that. So before you leave Nairobi, try to find out where is the borderline. Yeah. Some sites are colder, other sites are warmer. Okay. I think our hint is there are places that are very green, very green, very green. And if you are in the morning hours, you're in those sites, you'll find it's very cool. But if you drive to the other side that are not very green, don't have much vegetation, you'll find it's warm. And even today, you'll find there are parts that receive a lot of rain, showers, but there are parts that didn't even get some, or they just got a bit of drops. So we have that uniqueness. That is in addition to the national park. Okay, so the acts I had mentioned, public finance and management, and public-private partnership act, other acts that are supporting that. Now on my thank you for your patience. Okay. So we'll give you the status of our revenue. You'll find that since the year financial year 2017-2018, we had a part of 26 billion, which grew in the financial year of 2021, but later on it started going down. And these financial details are in comparison of all the funds that we receive. This is our own revenue, plus the one that we get from the shares, and also from the donor development. This is the cluster whereby we had the equitable share as the main source of revenue, followed by our own revenue. Then in terms of the charts, this is the gap. You'll find the main source of our revenue is the equitable share and our own source of revenue. And the other revenues double the conditional grants and the conditional grants from the government of Kenya. They are supporting revenue. And then in another status, you realize that this is how our revenue is. We have the actual one, what we anticipate as a target, and then we get the actual one, the approved and the actual one. So in most cases, you realize we don't reach our targets. We set our targets, which is the potential, but we don't realize that. And then when we come to the expenditure and also the revenue itself, you find we are lagging behind. Our expenditure to some extent, it's equivalent to our revenue or it's beyond. And the reason is because we have the needs and we are not performing well or optimally. There is a time in Nairobi in the 60s, we were supporting other countries like Singapore and other nations. This meant we were collecting more than what we were using. And if we can be able to achieve that, then definitely Nairobi will be competing highly. Right now, Singapore is way beyond, almost number 3, number 1 there in the competitive index. It's because of that source of revenue. Then if you come to my gap, now my analysis, you realize that there is a gap. Every year there is a gap. Every year there is a gap. And this gap is where we are saying, how can we be able to finance our services? Where are we going to get this revenue? And this gap is what Nairobi City is actually facing at the moment. At the moment, we find even the governor is asking, how am I going to pay my employees? How am I going to do roads development? And that's where you find that how this revenue came about in terms of our own resources. We are using the land rates, the parking, and also development applications. And you realize that our main source of revenue is land rates. But if you look at the land rates, you realize that there is need for us to do some what we call system and approaches and management on how we can be able to optimize and maximize our revenue collection. And this is where now I wanted to show you that how do we spend this revenue yet? We have some parts that we spend more, others less. And these are my proposals. Our proposal is, first of all, there is potential in revenue collection in the city. That one is very true. So one, we need to do what to automate our services. And optimization of our services, bringing in the GIS capabilities, cadastre, data, land rates, whereby we manage the records and the data. And also we bring in the element of promote public-private partnership. This one will bring us very closer to achieving our target. And also the element of investor, creation of a proper environment for investor to be able to invest in Nairobi. I will be very sincere to say that, and confident to say that if we are able to create a good environment for foreign direct investments, it will support the city. This is one fundamental where many cities and many areas have developed. It is the same principle we can use for the city of Nairobi. And then creation of taxations for the idle land. We have land that is speculative. Many people don't develop, and it's because of our Land Act and policies. So if we are able to generate and bring that on board, we will make sure that the land that is idle is taxed. And thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I hope I've kept okay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Planner Sami, for that wonderful presentation. So I just want to first, we have very quick reactions, comments, and questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sami, for your presentation. Just a quick reaction on the last point you just raised about the Land Act. I just wanted to ask if you could get a little bit more in depth about what's the issue with the Land Act and what it could be done by modifying it. Thanks.
I think there was a hand there.
Dear Sami, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I have two questions. Actually, one is a kind of clarification. What do you mean by land rate, and where do you get this money actually when you mean land rate? The second question is, you somehow demonstrate there's a kind of gap between the expectation and the reality, and this is deepening. But still, I didn't understand, since like 20 and 21, there's a kind of decrease in the revenue collection. And I also know that especially in the last year, during the last year, there's a kind of increases in terms of this tax, although the reaction coming from public wasn't really good and positive. So my question is, why do we have this decrease in the revenue collection, given that we have this, the amount of taxes collected from the public is increasing in the reality by the new government? Thank you.
Any other addition? Yeah, Sam, you can deal with the three questions. Oh, no, Doc, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a comment. You indicated that Nairobi in future is going to, the green we will not see it. I was just discussing that issue with a colleague, and I was warned the examples that I'm giving, that some of those areas right now are very expensive to live and so on, because of the kind of dream you are having to remove the green and so on. So be careful when you're planning to make the city look like some of those places who are indicating. And there is a debate around where I'm seated about taxes for the city. They really want taxes. So look at that. People want to be taxed. So maybe that is where you need to go tax these people, because they want to be taxed as a way of raising finances. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Emma. I can see Rose Musioka and Mildred. Yeah? And can you just say your name and organization so that even the presenters can know where the questions are coming from? And actually just sit, you don't have to stand. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, thank you. I am Rose Musioka from University of Nairobi, Department of Urban and Regional Planning. I have one question. Let me first commend you for the good presentation. And then number two, I'm just wondering if there are any innovative methods of raising funds so that our city county can close the financial gap that you have reflected in your presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, Mildred Ambani from Kenya Institute of Planners, but also a lecturer at Kenyatta University School of Engineering and Architecture. Sami, thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was exciting. Maybe not really a question in the beginning, a comment or a wonder. I think you purposefully put that your first slide or second slide on Nairobi, the city in the sun. And I realized that you're leaving out the green. And I think when Emma was presenting, she was talking about the green city in the sun. However, I'm still wondering, is it still a green city in the sun? Are you rightfully saying so? Especially when we went to that trend analysis that you have shown us how the developments are going on, and it was almost red or built up everywhere. Actually, even the national park is already encroached onto by the SGR, by the Southern Bypass, and by those other buildings inside there. So I'm just wondering, do we still call it a green city in the sun? Maybe food for thought, or what should we start calling Nairobi going forward? Then on the, you have talked of the PPPs, the public-private partnerships, but again, just a comment. I'm wondering if you've thought of bringing in the fourth P, the PPPP, and in these bringing in the people in the sense of just making sustainability a reality, given that even this conference is more of sustainability. So again, maybe food for thought or something that you could bring on board. And also now dovetailing into what Dr. Ross has mentioned, I was also just asking, what is the county or what is Nairobi County doing on towards the gap, meeting the gap that you have shown us there? Have you also thought of synergetic operations? Just maybe again taking from what Emma presented in the morning, do we have any provisions or any proposals on synergetic cooperations in the spirit of just getting enough funding now that the gap is too wide, yet this is our capital city and it really needs to do something about the same. Thank you.
Thanks. You'll kill Sami.
Sorry, I forgot something.
I have to protect.
Sammy, now in your presentation, you have very well shown how Nairobi City has grown over the years. But I feel you forgot something about the process of growth. Is this growth formal or is it normal? I mean, informal, or is it a mixture? Yeah, because where there is informality, that complicates issues.
Sammy, you in trouble.
Sammy, Alicia, no, this is the problem. When you are told, you also have long questions. But just give a highlights in terms of what you can handle, and others can be discussion, or you can discuss bilaterally with the, but I'm giving you 5 minutes just to respond. Those are very useful questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I'll appreciate that you have taken time to listen to my presentation. And this is how these questions are coming. I've actually received 10 questions. Yeah. Yes. I would start with the clarification on the Lands Act. Our Lands Act was developed way back, and it was giving strength to the landowner. And it was stating that the landowner has a right to use his property to what he intends to use it. And the authority or the government cannot question that, unless the government or the authority wants to acquire and wants to use the land for something else. That is now the limitation that is coming. So our proposal is we have a view of the landscape so that there is a question to the usage of the land if it is being used for speculating. And where we are proposing this is because land is not kinetic. We cannot stretch land. And for example, the city now, it cannot expand in terms of administrative boundaries. We cannot expand this. But we can think of how can we maximize the use of this land. And if we cannot maximize the use of land, what can happen for you to be able to make sure it's productive? So that is where the gap is. And to add on that, which now I'm bringing the element of the land rates. The land rate is the fee that is the county charges on every land that is within its jurisdiction. For example, if I have a land that is land reference number 2, I'm supposed to pay a specific fee to the county in order the county services its facilities. And this is where now every year, the land is supposed to be charged. Now that is the land rates. Yes. And the proposal on this is where the system, automation of system is coming in. Because if we are able to know each and every land within the jurisdiction of the city, and then we say how many land or parcels of land are there? 20. How much are supposed to be paid? 2 shillings. So you take 20 times 2, you get the actual income. At the moment, we are still struggling because some lands are not documented. And you will find it's only a small percent of our land data that is being charged. So the proposal is we maximize this potential of land that's there. Because if all of us and every piece of land owner is able to pay, then our revenue will definitely go up. And that is where now the gap comes in, whereby you'll find that if we don't have what we call consistent or sustainable way of collecting our revenue, we'll definitely have fluctuating gaps. But if we have a consistent way of paying our revenue, then that fluctuation is not there. Although the difference was is that in the past 2-3 years, we had the pandemic. But now we are stabilizing and the economy is coming back order. So that is where the gap of decrease and fluctuation was coming in. And in terms of the developed areas, and the greenery? That's a good question. But as I was saying, the Nairobi city is a living city. And when you are growing, every day, every hour, there is increase in your size. And the city, as it's increasing, it's sprawling also. I will use that term in terms of urban planning, sprawling. Sprawling means there is an element of formal and there's the element of informality. And how the city is managing the informality has specialized the informal areas as special planning areas, whereby we are coming in with programs to improve the living standards, the housing, the infrastructure, other elements, so that we can make them formal. So eventually, at the end of it, we may not have informality in Nairobi, but we will have formal growth. And that is how we are projecting what will happen in the near future with that. And also the element of taxes, the increase of taxes is cutting across the whole country, not specifically Nairobi. Although there is a new Finance Act in the city that has been proposed increase of some fees to some services, but not all services. And we are anticipating that there will be increase in revenue because of that. The act was passed last month. So it is now that implementation is taking place. So we are looking forward that in the next year, that is when we will have that actual increase in our revenue collection. And on the element of the innovative method of being able to collect our revenue, first, I'll start by the traditional ones we have. Already we have revenue that is being collected, but within our system, we have what we call leakages. Much of the revenue that is collected on the ground, sometimes it does not reach the office. And where we are coming in as a county is to ensure how can we be able to ensure that these leakages are closed. And that's where automation is coming. That is the first innovative method we want to use. And the second innovative method is to ensure we know how much of our resource do we have. At times, we have the potential of even going 50 billion in a year. But if we don't know our resources, then it becomes difficult. So the second approach is mapping our resources, all our resources, and be able to know how much we have and how. Then the other part is the green city in the sun. It's actually still the green city in the sun. But with the influence of global urbanization, we are coming into a state where how can we still maintain the greenery within the developed environment? And at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are working on a policy called Green Build Green. It's called Build. It's a green build concept. Think build green concept was whereby as much as we are affecting the particular land, we will want to maintain the greenery within the properties. Because in the event that a property in Kilimani, it was selling at 2 million, but right now the prices have gone up. So the investor asks, how much can I be able to get in return out of this? So we are coming in with innovative knowledge that how can we be able to help this developer get his returns, but maintain the greenery concepts that we still have. And in addition to that, we are using the knowledge of the lift. Whoever thought about the lift, realize that there is space. Yeah. why can't we be able to use this space and be able to maximize our returns? But the question was, how do we reach up there? Then the lift came in. And the same unit and the concept is what we want to apply. How can we be able to maintain the greenery within the developed city? And the last one of PPP and synergy is we are welcoming every community and every agency and every organization. Because what we realize is that the county or the management cannot rely on the own revenue, but we can only develop by collaborations and engagement and bringing partners on board. Already we have developing partners like World Bank who have been working with us and funding programs. We have African Development Bank. We have other agencies, JICA, they have been working with us. And now we have actually come to the local institutions. Even Nairobi, University of Nairobi, we have been working with them. The only thing is that we need to solidify and open the scope at which we can be able to engage. I'm sure there are collaborators and networks that we have created with even China and other countries from also Europe, the European Union, and other programs. And just to mention, you give me 1 minute, we are in the process of having a BRT system, the bus rapid transit. We developed the designs using the support of the European Union team, and also the master plans and the railway city development plans, using collaboration from the Europeans and French and other countries. And then on the last one, I will say in the process of growth, I will mention that Nairobi is a city it is. It's growing organically. But as the development control and management, we are the ones to come in to be able to manage and control developments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sammy. Yeah. So the answers was like another presentation, but I think you've done justice there to the questions, and I really appreciate that. So ladies and gentlemen, I think from the presentation here, there are key lessons which we are learning in terms of some of the challenges most of these African cities are trying to struggle with in terms of financing. Yeah. You saw the graph we shared about the approved expenditure, real expenditure, and revenue. So they normally approve something which they don't meet, because all the time you find how do you plan for gaps? I find it ridiculous, but anyway, it's also a good way to see how can we get some lessons from other progressive cities so that we can peer and also learn from that. Yeah, I think in terms of greenery, I think at times we miss out from the planning perspective the issue of greenery. Greenery is not just about trees. Yeah, I know Laura and the team in UN Habitat, the placemaking concept, trying to increase more facilities for walking and cycling. Yeah, so there are a lot of things about greenery. So we don't just look at the green in terms of trees and plants and vegetation. So we need to have a wider concept in terms of how do we also increase more infrastructure, which can also lower carbon footprint within our city. So we need to think through that. Yeah. So I think the next, I want to invite Tonton maybe to give us the next direction. Thank you. Can you clap for the two wonderful presenters as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Romanus and the whole panel for this very interesting discussion. So I think it's time for lunch. I'm not gonna talk or make another speech. So right now, what we're gonna do? So we're going to have lunch. I think it's on the second floor. So you just go outside. So we got our two delegates there standing there where you came for the registration. So they'll give you a coupon, just because there's so many people in the hotel. So and that coupon, they will show you also where we're gonna have our lunch. So and during the lunch, so we supposed, if you look at our program, so we have also a lunchroom. So Professor Ko Jinping will be telling us a little bit about, you know, the Chinese initiative about the Belt and Road. So, but let's have lunch, maybe for about half an hour. We're supposed to have an hour. I mean, but if we can make it half an hour, and then we can come back and we can continue. I mean, this is lunchtime, so you can still grab, you know, something outside or and you know, and so on. So let's do that for half an hour and then come back for the next part of our program. Thank you so much. Bon appétit. And then when you want to talk, okay. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. Okay. So I hope you enjoyed the lunch. It was short, but I think that was enough. Thank you very much for coming back. So I hope others will join us shortly. So this is the kind of discussion we wanted to have while we're heading, but unfortunately, because as you could see from the place we had lunch, so we don't have facilities where we can display the PPT, the PowerPoint. So that's why we've kept this until we get back to the room. So what we're gonna talk now, it's kind of, we call it lunch discussion. So it's just an informal discussion on some of the initiatives that we know. So I don't know if many of you or most of you, I think most of you are aware of this initiative called Belt and Road Initiatives in China, which is a very major and a very big event, like initiative implemented by the government of China. So Professor Koliping will give us a kind of perspective, and she's gonna explore or explain about the program or the initiative itself, but also what has been done and what's the next steps ahead. So without further ado, so I'm gonna invite Professor Koliping, who's actually professor and head of the School of International Business and Public Affairs at Fudan University in Shanghai, China. Fudan University is one of a Chinese major university. So Professor, welcome. Thank you so much for preparing this. So I'm just gonna invite you for this presentation, and we'll be following. So I hope we can make it by maybe 15 or 20 minutes, right? And then we can have some questions.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, you want to encourage it?
Okay, thank you so much. Also, thanks Professor Hu Hua Cao and the local committee. It's my great pleasure and also a privilege to speak here. My topic is the Belt and Road Initiative at 10. I think this topic is very closely related to the sustainable urbanization. Okay. Now, first, I want to give you some very basic information. Now, this year in China, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of this Belt and Road Initiative. The Chinese President Xi Jinping, of course, organized this anniversary and gave a very important opening speech and give us some more prospects for the future of this initiative. So now, the Belt and Road Initiative has become a very important topic, I think, in the international affairs, and also become a very important research topic for many disciplines, but not only political science, comparative politics, but also sociology, environmental studies, and the international relations, so on and so forth. So I try to give you some more on this one. Now, first, during the past decade, China has invested very much in this Belt and Road Initiative, and of course, built a lot all around the world in cooperation with many different countries and international organizations. And so this is why this project
has become more and more important. So of course, there are many discussions and debates on this Belt and Road Initiative. Well, since this year, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of this Belt and Road Initiative. So we may find many discussions in international affairs. For example, here I give you some more information. A very famous newspaper in Japan, they covered the Belt and Road Initiative, used several pages, talk about the so-called energy trap, death trap, environmental problem, and so on and so forth. Right. And but in China, okay, but in China,